versus Quinton Nixon. Mr. Nixon is present in court representing himself with standby counsel attorney Perry present. On behalf of the state are prosecutors Easter and Villette, and we are ready to proceed. You may call your next witness.
State will call Officer Sergeant Kyle Farr.
Whom?
Sergeant Kyle Farr, F-A-R.
Thank you. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Go ahead and have a seat. Keep your voice up. Make sure that button on the microphone is blue.
Yes, ma'am.
And then if you'll just speak into it so we can hear you. Go ahead, Mr. Villette.
Can you please state your name for the record, spell your last name?
Sergeant Kyle Farr, F-A-R-R.
Where do you work?
I'm a police officer for the city of Akron.
And what do you do there?
I enforce city ordinances, state laws, respond to calls for service.
And what's your current rank within the police department?
Sergeant.
And when did you make sergeant?
Approximately a month and a half ago.
And prior to that, what was your rank?
Officer.
And how long have you been with the police department?
A little over 7 years.
And did you have any law enforcement or military experience prior to that time?
I did have prior law enforcement experience.
And where was that through?
Coatesville Township and Brookfield Township.
Now, when you first became a police officer, did you go through an academy or a training program?
Yes.
And when you joined the Akron Police Department, did you go through the Akron Police Department's academy or training program?
Yes.
And are you currently a certified law enforcement officer in the state of Ohio?
Yes, sir.
And I want to go back to July of 2022. When you were working at that time, did you work in a regular shift or area of town in Akron?
Yes, sir.
And what was that?
That time I was Firestone Park, technically.
Okay. And if circumstances required it, did you respond outside of your normal district?
Yes, sir.
And were you working with a regular partner?
I was.
Who was that?
Officer Alexander McGarvey.
McGarvey?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Now, I want to take you to, and I will, there we go. I just wanted to let the court know we do have 2 short clips to play. I don't know if the court needs to hit anything. So on July 25th of 2022, did you have occasion to respond to a shooting on Maryland in the Kenmore area?
Yes, sir.
And is that area in Akron, Summit County, Ohio?
Yes.
Do you remember the nature of the call?
Yes, it was first shooting.
Hold on a second. What's going on? Oh, all right.
Do I get to see a scene? Yeah, all right, perfect.
Thank you.
Sounds good.
All right, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. And do you recall who from the police department arrived first?
Yes, sir.
Who was that?
That was myself and my partner.
Okay. And were you able to make entry into the apartment?
Yes.
And was that easily done?
I wouldn't say easily, no. We didn't just walk in.
Okay. And why was that?
We knocked on the door originally. We heard some voices inside. I tried the door handle. It was locked.
Okay. Was anybody inside?
Yes.
Were you able to make contact with them?
Yes.
Were they able to open up the door?
No.
And in that conversation, do you remember why that was?
The victim was partially blocking the door.
Okay. And so did they have to physically move her so that the door could be opened?
She did have to be moved a little bit, yes.
Okay. Once you made entry, what did you guys do?
My partner stood with the two people that were inside, and I went and checked on the victim who was on the couch.
And we heard from other officers. Did other officers clear and make sure that the apartment was otherwise safe and secure?
Yes,
Did you have operating body cam that night?
I did.
Have you had a chance to review that body cam?
I have.
And did that body cam accurately reflect your actions and interactions that night?
Yes, sir.
This time, Your Honor,
85.
our state would move to play what would be marked as State's Exhibit 85.
Akron Police! You gotta move her over here.
I don't want to move her.
Okay, give me a favor. Stay over there.
They walked up. They ran out the back window. Go back
I'm
door.
gonna check the. You want to clear with McGarvey?
Yeah, I'm here. You want to speak with me?
Look at me.
Step outside for us. You want to speak with him? Okay. Hey, sir. Akron Police.
Come on, man.
Where? Hey, there's a dog.
It's just a little chihuahua.
That's fine. I don't see one. The holster.
Who is it?
They ran out the back door.
Who ran out the back door? The people that shot?
I don't know. Just be careful for a gun. There's a holster.
Adam, right?
I didn't want to move her.
How long did this happen? Anybody else?
Dear, when did this happen?
I'm not, like, not even 5 minutes ago. 10 minutes ago, I'm not sure. Sorry. They were
You
talking.
see any blood or anything?
Adam, right?
I didn't see any blood anywhere.
How long?
My shirt.
My shirt?
37?
Bottom drawer?
Yeah, go.
Oh, there it is.
Trying to face the skull. Yeah.
Me and him were working a knife on my head. We're roommates.
This is your apartment?
Yeah. No, shit.
What's your computer?
Mine?
Yeah.
Mine?
How do you spell your last name?
Yeah, I am.
What's your son?
What's the description of that? I don't know. I didn't hear it. Looks like she got hit in the base of the skull in the back.
What is it? Ron? I have no PEA.
Service. 11 here in service. You from the code 216. Copy the refusal.
Looks like one shot there.
So Brian, Adam, Quinton.
Did it just like leak down into her front there? Or all that blood like under her arm?
It was all twisted up. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, she got like right
Bill,
there.
there's a back open glass sliding glass door.
It's like
Okay. Okay.
in and out of one of the things.
Yes, sir.
That's it? Waiting on it? see you at?
Now that this has gone silent, approximately Sergeant Clark, at about timestamp 4:30 it went silent. Did you turn off your audio at that time?
I did.
And was that just because of what's going on with the returning agent victim?
Correct. For EMS as well as our audio is there to record citizen contact, and I was not having any. Yes, sir.
I want to take you back to approximately timestamp 120. And this item that the mouse is pointing to, do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what was that?
It was the holster to a firearm.
And then at timestamp approximately 5:50, it looks like you moved it a short distance. Why did you do that?
Yes, because I knew EMS was going to be moving her. I wanted to get it out of their way.
Okay. And when you first arrived, it looked like you were putting on gloves.
Yes, sir.
Why was that?
To protect myself from any kind of bodily fluid. I was going to try to render first aid, and I saw EMS was there, so.
Okay. And does it play any role in trying to make sure you don't contaminate the crime scene?
Yes.
And what's that?
That I don't get any of my DNA onto the crime scene.
With this, at some point, were you informed that individuals had gone off the back porch of the
Yes.
apartment? And did you search the area of the back porch?
I canvassed, yes.
Okay. And by that, what I mean is like the yard and such. Did you walk through any portion of that?
Yes,
And did you find anything back there?
I did.
And what was that?
I found a purse and a wallet that was laying on the ground directly below the balcony.
And was that also recorded on your body cam?
Yes.
And were you among the first officers to look in that area, if not the first?
I believe so, yes.
And so what's on your body cam, is that how to the best of your knowledge, is that how the purse was laying after the incident prior to any police involvement?
Yes.
This time, state would move to play, or correction, number 86, Your Honor. Does that recording accurately reflect when you found the purse and the wallet?
Yes.
All right. I have just one moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
Sergeant Farr, when you first arrived, just to go back on one step, on the couch itself, closer to the door, closer to the side towards the door, the back couch cushions, if you remember in your video in the living room, there were a couple holes in the cushion. Do you remember those?
Yes.
And what did they look like to you?
They appeared to be bullet holes.
Okay. And was that also reflected on your body cam?
Yes.
And at that time, did you try to determine if they in fact were, or did you just leave that for somebody else to determine?
I believe I left it.
Okay. So is that was for if in further investigation it
Correct.
needed? Okay. Nothing further at this time.
Mr. Nixon, cross-examination.
Sergeant Favre, you stated that, to the state today, you stated that the holes in the couch appeared to be bullet holes, correct?
Correct.
Are you familiar with discharging a firearm and how hot a shell casing could be once it's ejected from a gun after discharging it, correct?
Yes.
Are you for sure that it looked like bullet holes?
In my opinion, it looked like bullet holes, yes.
Okay. Hindsight, in looking at it, could it have been burn holes from the actual shell casings?
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question.
If the gun ejected a bullet and it was hot and it landed on that fabric, could it have been a hole from the actual casing of the bullet?
I do not know. Like I said, in my opinion, it appeared to be bullet holes.
Okay. And where were those bullet holes located?
On the back of the couch cushion on the back.
So on the where your back would be, basically where the head and the back would be.
Yes.
Correct. Were there any bullet holes found under the victim?
I do not recall.
You stated that you were one of the first on scene,
Yes, sir.
and you stated today that you were also one of the first to observe the purse being in the backyard.
Yes, sir.
Had anyone else been back there prior?
Not to my knowledge.
So when investigating, it is a procedure to put on gloves to not cross-contaminate the scene, correct?
There are numerous reasons too, but yes, that is one of them.
Could you explain one more time for the court what those reasons would be?
Yeah, a couple of the reasons we don't want to cross-contaminate the scene. Our job is scene security and then scene preservation for evidence, as well as when we're dealing with the shooting, we're dealing with bodily fluids, and we use those to protect ourselves as well. So I don't get any bodily fluids on myself if I go to render first aid.
Okay. So you have no knowledge of anyone actually touching that purse besides yourself?
Not that I know of, no.
And if someone touched the purse without a glove on, that's considered cross-contamination, correct? As far as a officer, if an officer touched the purse during that time without any gloves on, that would be considered cross-contamination, right?
They would get their DNA onto it.
Pardon me?
They would get their DNA onto it if they touched it without gloves, yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I have a video clip I would like to play, if I could have time to find it.
Sure.
Thank you. It'll be on the one that's in there. Yeah. But I had wrote it down. You just don't know which one it is in there. Yeah.
Did you plug the click share in?
We will. I was trying to find the videos too. We have it here. So when you're ready.
No, that's not it. Your Honor, may I have a break, if possible, to find this clip?
We're good. I'm in no rush.
Okay. Thank you.
Is it a specific officer?
Yes, ma'am, but I do not know.
Well, do you know, was it somebody that's already testified?
Yes.
Do you know which one?
No, they weren't labeled as they are.
No, do you know who testified in court? Officer Smith?
No, he is.
That's the different one. Okay, hold on. Officer Oles?
No, ma'am. So I don't believe they did testify, 'cause I don't know who it was. Your Honor, I need more time to find the video. Sergeant Favre, so you have no recollection of any officer touching the purse without gloves?
I do not.
And if they had touched the purse without gloves, they would have had to report it, correct?
Can you rephrase the question? Or?
If one of the officers had touched the purse on scene without gloves, they would have had to report it?
They should have told someone yes.
Okay.
If that's what you were.
Yes. I don't have any further questions at this time.
All right, thank you. You may step down. Or any redirects? Sorry, excuse me.
No.
You may step down. Thank you, Sergeant.
Thank you very much.
Call your next witness. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Go ahead and be seated. Keep your voice up. Speak into the microphone, please.
Good morning, Detective Hornacek.
Good morning.
Will you please state your first and last name, spelling your last name for the record?
Edward Michael Hornacek, Hornacek.
Where are you employed, Detective Hornacek?
City of Akron Police Department.
Why are you talking so quiet?
Because I'm going to cough. How long have you been employed with the City of Akron Police Department?
22 years.
What division are you in?
I'm in the Detective Bureau on midnights for persons crimes against persons that are felonies and violent crimes.
Okay. And what type of crimes are in the crimes against persons unit?
Murders, felonious assaults, rapes, robberies.
How long have you been in that unit?
Since 2017.
Prior to that, where were you?
I worked patrol.
Okay. What type of training or education do you have to be an officer?
I have a bachelor's degree in criminal justice from Tiffin University, a 6-month police academy through the City of Akron Police Department, and ongoing education as well, and through the State of Ohio Attorney General's Office, Master Criminal Investigator certificate as well.
Did you get that as part of your training in the Persons Detective Bureau?
Yes.
Okay. Now, before I get into what happened on July 25th, I would like to talk about how does a detective get involved in a case?
We normally work out of our office, so we monitor the radio for calls that are going out. We also have computers, laptops at our desks where we can monitor dispatched calls and what's going on out in the streets. Our procedures are for whenever there is a felony that patrol reports that to the Detective Bureau by calling into our office to determine if we're going to go out on scene.
How do you all decide who goes out?
It's all circumstantial based on the severity of the crime and how many witnesses, victims, and suspects are on scene. So it's usually all hands on deck if there's several people out there. If it's something to where there's just a victim, then we'll just 1 or 2 detectives.
Okay, and I noticed that you're testifying in a suit and tie while other officers came in uniform. Do detectives wear uniforms?
Not in the Persons Detective Bureau, no.
Okay. On July the 25th of 2022, did you get called out to the scene?
Yes.
From the Detective Bureau, do you remember who all went out?
Myself, Detective McConnell, and Detective Taylor, and I believe Detective Keith Williams.
Okay. Will you please tell the court what you saw or heard when you got to the scene?
We had already been notified that someone was shot, critical, and in opinion going to pass.
On the way there, that person, Toni Westover, she did pass. So we went there. The crime scene tape was already set up. Got a rundown from several of the officers that were on scene of the 2 witnesses that remained on scene, and what they had observed in the house, in the backyard of the house, behind the patio, as well as the video that they spoke to a resident in that same complex about.
Okay, you talked about a couple things. You said when you got there, you got briefed. Is that typical that when you get to a scene, a patrol officer or someone on scene will brief you?
Yes.
Okay, and then you were here and heard Detective Sinsley talk about the time it takes SWAT to get to the scene. Approximately how much time does it take a detective to get to a scene?
That's another thing that's circumstantial based on if we're on another call as well, or how much time it takes for the patrolmen or their supervisors to call us and let us know what's going on to determine if we need to be on scene or what scene we need to be on, because sometimes the dispatch to call location isn't where we need to show up first. Sometimes it's a hospital. So once we get that all determined, that's when we make our way to the scene. So there's no time frame. We just try to get out there as quick as we can.
Will you please tell the court what you did once you got on scene?
Once got on scene, noticed it was a 4-unit brick apartment building. They said that the incident occurred upstairs on the top level. Once we went up there, kind of checked out the scene after we were briefed on what happened, notified the crime scene unit for collection of evidence. Detective McConnell and Detective Taylor had interviewed the 2 witnesses that remained on scene to gather information to what we need to look for on scene, what transcribed, what took place, so we know what we're looking for.
Okay. Approximately how long did you stay on scene?
Maybe an hour or 2. I can't say. I'm not sure.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Did you do anything? Did you perform any other duties or do anything else while you were on scene that night?
Most of the time I was there, I was asking officers about things that they have observed, and then consulting with Detective McConnell and Detective Taylor on what went on in the 2 interviews with Angel McLean and Chip Ron Crew, and what they had observed, just what part they took, what role they took in this incident.
Okay. And there were multiple people on this scene, and I heard you use a couple names, Detective McConnell, Detective Taylor, and then you. So it was more than one detective that responded to the scene?
Yes, there were 4 of us.
Okay. Who's the last one? I don't think I said that.
Detective Keith Williams.
That's right, Detective Keith Williams. I apologize. Will you please tell the court about the investigation that followed?
So the investigation that followed at that point, the officers first spoke with Angel and Ron, and they had gathered some names. And when they gathered those names, I started looking those names up and calling our office to see where some addresses might be, names, date of births, possible locations where those people could be. Once I gathered those, I gathered the information and kind of put it together after Detective McConnell and Detective Taylor interviewed Ron and Angel to see if those matched up with their second statement, being that they already gave a statement to patrol. Now they're giving a statement to the detectives. So seems like everything was staying consistent. So that was my role in trying to get that information to find out where the names that were given to us were Brian Fielders, Quinton Nixon, and Adam Wright. So those are the 3 names that I was tasked with finding out the information.
Were you able to find out the information for any of those individuals and subsequently interview?
Yes, all 3.
Okay. Well, let's talk about Brian Fielders. Were you able to interview him, and when did that occur?
So the only two people that remained on scene for this incident, obviously the victim, Toni Westover, and then the two residents of the apartment, which was Ron Crew and Angel McLean. So those are the only people that remained on scene. Everybody else fled the scene. 2 days later, after the incident occurred, Brian Fielders called and asked to speak to the lead detective, which was me. I interviewed him over the phone that day. As far as how the interviews went after that, I re-interviewed him later on in August. I believe maybe August 27th is when I interviewed him in person.
That's correct.
He had a parole violation, so I had him brought over from the Summit County Jail upon arrest to do a full interview with him in the Detective Bureau. As far as Adam Wright goes, we don't know if we heard that he might go to a different state like North Carolina, so I made some phone calls to try to find addresses. We couldn't find anything. I did not interview him until he was arrested and he was in the penitentiary, and I believe your office at the Summit County Prosecutor's Office, the investigators found and located him and had him transported late in September for an interview, and I interviewed him at the Akron Police Department as well.
Okay. And in the interim, was an individual by the name of Ashley Broughton interviewed?
Ashley Broughton also came in on July 27th, 2 days later, for an interview, and I interviewed her in the Detective Bureau as well.
Now, at this time, not July 27th, let's go back. The last interview we talked about was Ashley. At that time, you had not spoken to Quinton Nixon. Is that fair?
That's correct.
Okay. At some point in time, did the Detective Bureau or the Police Department get any information regarding his possible whereabouts?
Yes.
And how did that come about?
So first, in chronological order to answer that question, I had a meeting with a supervising prosecutor to sign charges for murder, and he authorized charges to sign charges on Quinton Nixon for murder. So that was on August 4th. So after August 4th, I notified the task force, Northeast Ohio Violent Fugitive Task Force, to search for him. Normally they find people through cell phone locations, but being that Quinton left his cell phone on scene, we weren't able to find him. So we didn't find him for a whole month after the murder happened. We got a phone call to the Detective Bureau desk, and Detective Stan Davis spoke with an anonymous caller who said that someone that was wanted for murder was in the 500 block on Gridley inside of the house. And they had told us that that person had shaved their head and painted their face white. So Stan Davis notified dispatch, and officers arrived on scene over at that 500 block of Gridley. I think it was 525.
That is correct. And that was August the 24th?
That was August 24th, somewhere around 10 p.m.
Okay. Well, the 23rd.
Basis.
The statement he made about me painting my face is hearsay. There's no proof of that.
Overruled. Okay. It's overruled. Go ahead.
I believe, was it August the 23rd to the 24th or the 24th to the 25th?
I believe it would have been the 24th if it was 10 p.m.
Okay, that's fine. And you were in here and heard multiple detectives Nicholas Smith and Lieutenant Sinsley talk about the arrest that occurred on August the 24th?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know what happened after the defendant was arrested?
After the defendant was arrested?
Correct.
So after the defendant was arrested, I requested that he be taken to the Detective Bureau for an interview based on his murder warrant and the investigation.
Okay. Now, how did you know that had occurred? Are you, at this point in time, were you considered the case detective?
We determined that later on. We all worked together and then determined it later on based on our case log and who's available to do more work on the case at the beginning.
How were you notified, or how did you know he had gotten arrested?
So, Captain Yowie, who was the commander of the SWAT team, notified me that we needed to get a search warrant for officers to actually make entry inside of the house. So Detective McConnell contacted a police legal advisor and had them type up a search warrant. Detective McConnell took that to a judge at 1:20 a.m. and had that signed, and then notified Captain Yowie that the search warrant was signed by a judge. And then that is when SWAT made entry at 1:25, and then they let dispatch know that they had made an apprehension in the attic at 1:40 a.m. So after they had made the apprehension, I was monitoring the radio and listening to the radio, so I knew where I needed to be and what were the next steps that needed to be taken.
Was he brought down to the station for an interview?
Yes.
Was he in fact interviewed?
Yes.
Who all was present for that interview?
Myself and Detective McConnell.
Where did that interview take place?
On the 6th floor of the Akron Police Department in the Detective Bureau.
Okay. And what was the defendant's appearance, demeanor during the interview?
He did not have a shirt on. His head was shaved, face was shaved. He appeared to be scratching a lot. From what I had heard, he was in a crawl space and where there was fiberglass insulation, so I assumed it was either that or the gas munitions that were deployed during the SWAT ordeal.
And approximately how long did that interview take place?
I would say about an hour.
Were you present for the whole interview?
Yes.
During that interview, did the defendant's statement, were there any discrepancies in the defendant's statements?
Yes, it was a roller coaster interview. It went back and forth several times.
Was there a point where you noticed the discrepancies?
Yes.
His statements had changed?
Yes.
Please tell the court about that.
So during the course of the interview, things were going back and forth, and we were trying to get the truth of the matter, and in doing so, I told Quinton Nixon that we have video of the incident, and at that point, that is when the storyline changed.
Okay. You didn't tell him whether it was video from the outside or inside of the apartment, did you?
No.
Okay, so he had no idea at that point in time.
Not to my knowledge.
Okay, and what were, prior to you saying that, did the defendant make any statements about carrying a gun out of the apartment?
Yes.
And did he say he carried a gun out of the apartment?
Yes.
Now, after he told you he carried a gun, prior to that, did he state he had a gun?
I apologize. When you say prior to that, do you mean prior to me telling him that we have video?
Correct.
Okay, no. After we told him that we had video, he told us that he carried the gun and the purse out of the apartment building.
Okay. And, well, you know what? Have you had a chance to review that video?
Yes.
Okay. And does that video fairly and accurately represent the interview you had with the defendant on July 25th?
Yes, it does.
I'm sorry, first of all, it wasn't July 25th. It was August 24th. I'm going to play you, Your Honor, what's been marked. As State's Exhibit 87.
Objection, Your Honor.
Basis?
From what he said, my statement is inconsistent and is considered hearsay.
Overruled.
Say when?
Here, let me get on that side.
Do you want?
I have States Exhibit 87 up, and as you can see, it's a dark room. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
At approximately 3 minutes and 6 seconds, you enter the room. Is that you?
Yes.
Okay, so we'll use this room. You didn't start it, did you? Yeah, I did. Okay.
For the record, approximately 3:27, you go out. Two things before I sit down, Your Honor. Can you hear it? Well, okay.
I believe when it happens, it should be at that time, yes.
You want to, we'll get on the cup here. Get a cup to the table.
Just take your left hand out, put it up here. And then put it
Yes.
You need to turn that up.
Yeah.
'Cause I can barely move the control off.
Just told you.
Quinton?
Quinton.
What was your last name?
Nixon, Nixon.
What's that? Yeah.
No, I'm hot. I mean, I'm cold. I don't have a shirt. Thank you, though. I'm cold.
Yeah, we're just.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah.
Fine.
Right. What's that? Hey, Quinton, I'm Detective McConnell, Detective Hornacek. You doing all right, bud? You need a napkin or something? Yeah. You want a water? You want a water or something? Yeah, yes, please. All right, sir. First name is Quinton? Yes, sir. How do you spell your first name? Quinton. And last name is Nixon? Yes, sir. N-I-X-O-N? Yes, sir. What's your birthday, sir? July 18, 1991. Do you have a permanent address? You normally stick around the Akron area? Okay. I have kids here. You have kids here? Okay. You have a phone number? No, sir. No phone? No, sir. Okay. All right, Mr. Nixon, I'm going to talk to you about what you're up here for, but before we do that, obviously, we have to read your Miranda warnings. So once we read this, just say yes or no whether you understand, all right? You have the right to remain silent. Do you understand that? Sure. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. Do you understand that? Yes. You have a right to talk to a lawyer to have him or her present with you while you're being questioned. Do you understand that? Yes. You cannot afford to hire a lawyer who won't be appointed to represent you before any question that you wish. Understand that? You can decide to answer these. You can decide to exercise these rights and not answer any questions or make any statements. Do you understand that? Yes. What? How do you spell your last name? Nixon, N-I-X-O-N. What's your birthday? July 18th, 1991. What year? 1991. And what's your address? I'm homeless. I was living with my mom. Is that in Akron here? Yeah, she used to live at 787 Willow, East Willow. 787 East Willow? Yes, sir. Do you have a phone number or anything? No, sir. Are you on Facebook or Instagram or anything like that? Yes, sir, but I've been locked out of it for a long time now. Do you have any idea why you're up here? Yeah. You do? Why are you up here? I really don't. I don't know. My head is hurting. It just bashed my shit. You remember being at Angel's house a couple weeks ago? A couple weeks ago. Yeah. You know what we're talking about. You want to tell us what happened? What happened at Angel's house? They tried to kill me. Who did? I don't know who these people were. For real, I don't really know them like that. So why don't you walk us through how they tried to kill you?
don't know what I did wrong. I don't know why. Whatever happened, I don't know.
So
I was just there to help Angela look for her car. That was it.
Look for her car?
Yeah, supposedly her car and her boyfriend's car.
Like she lost it or someone stole it? Or
Someone had stole it.
So you went over there to help her look for her car?
Yes, sir.
Did you guys find it? And then what happened?
And they called for more help to look for her car, I guess. I don't know if this is what it was about. I don't know. I don't know if I'm supposed to be telling y'all what happened. I don't know. I'm scared. Like, I'm scared for my life. Yeah.
You're scared of Angel? Angel's people?
Man. I don't know if they hurt people either. I don't know.
So you were over there looking for the car, you didn't find it, you called for more people, and those are the people that showed up? Do you know any of those people? So what happened when they showed up?
I started talking weird.
They started talking weird?
Yeah. As if I had did something or somebody in the room that had did something. Like they were insinuating that I was talking too much. Like I knew too much about something that I don't know what it was. Like I went to I really don't. I just what really happened.
No, what?
To explain what really happened.
Just use your own words. How you felt, what you thought was going on.
I felt like they were there to kill me. I didn't have a gun. I didn't have any weapon. They brought all the weapons.
Okay.
They were rolling out plastic and shit, and some dude came from the back with a fucking machete. I don't know. It felt like they were about to kill me.
So you felt threatened?
Yes, sir.
What happened?
I had two guns trained on me.
Who had the guns on you?
There was a woman, there was a dude, and there was another dude, and another dude, and another dude.
Who had the guns? You said there were two of them? Who were the two people with the guns? You know what they look like? Did the guys have guns, or did she have a gun, or
He had her gun.
who had her gun?
All I know is like, should I have a lawyer? Like, I don't know whether I'm what the I don't know. I feel like they got people everywhere.
The Angels people?
The Hells Angels?
Is Angel part of the Hells Angels?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
So that night, these people, two people had guns on you. What happened? Were you guys inside the apartment? Like in that front room? And the people that had the guns on you, they were in that room as well? What did you do when they pulled the guns on you?
I tried to stay as calm as possible.
You guys start fighting?
He bit my face.
He bit your face?
Where you bite you at?
So was this the same guy with one of the guns? You know who he was, his name or anything?
Dude, I'm scared to tell you. I got 3 dogs on the way. This shit feel like I'm snitching.
You're not snitching, you're trying to help yourself. You're telling us your story as to what happened.
Maybe self-defense.
So the guy was biting you in the face?
He threatened me and told me that if I didn't, that he had kids, that he was gonna, he had kids and he was gonna go home and see his kids, but I wasn't. Something like that nature. And I knew too much about something. Which I don't know anything about.
So he pointed the gun at you, he was threatening you, he said you knew too much about something, and then
He wasn't pointing the gun. The other dude over here had his gun trained on me, but he said it was by the couch, so I couldn't see him when he had it turned towards me.
And which one was the guy that hit you?
The other one that came in with the gun and the girl.
So the guy came in with a girl?
But he had came in first. She wasn't there at first. Maybe she was like in the car on the phone or something. I don't know. It all felt eerie and weird. Like it was a setup. I wasn't there to do nothing but help her look for the fucking car.
So this guy walks in, the one guy has a gun on you. This guy walks in, and the girl walks in. They don't have a gun. The guy that walks in doesn't have a gun. He's the one that hit you in the face.
No, he had a gun. He had the girl.
He had the girl, so the girl had a gun.
The girl had a gun, but I didn't know it was her gun. He had it.
Did he take it from her, or how?
He had brought it in with him and laid it on the table.
Well, how do you know that she had a gun?
Because when I grabbed the gun, he said, that's her gun.
So he laid it on the table, and you grabbed it. Why'd you grab it?
Because this dude had a gun on me. I don't have a gun. I didn't have a gun. I was scared for my life. And he was telling this dude to kill me.
So he walks in, he puts a gun down, you grab it, because that other dude has a gun pointing at you. Right?
In a way, but that's not everything that happened. There was so much more. There was so much more. I was there for like 4 days, 4 or 5 days, and I felt like I couldn't leave. I didn't text my mom, and I told her, I'm trying to make sure I'm safe, Mom. I'm trying to make sure we're safe.
Did you tell him you were trying to grab it because you wanted to get out of there, or what did you say when he said it was the girl's gun?
I didn't say anything.
You want some of this water, bud?
I'm sorry.
You're fine.
I'm not fine. I'm not fine. I got pictures of what they did to me. They were gonna kill me.
So this guy has a gun pointed at you. This other guy walks in, puts the gun down, you grab it, and then what happens?
I don't think I'm making this clear, like, because I'm still in the days about it, and all this shit about him just beating my head up there in the house. There's so much that happened in the other teams. And I felt like I couldn't leave. I really couldn't leave. I tried to leave. My uncle was there.
Who's your uncle?
Brent Nichols.
Rick Nichols?
Brent.
Brent Nichols.
Yeah.
Was he there when they were pointing the gun at you? How?
He was left me there outside of me with him.
What's his nickname? What's that?
Me.
So, at what point did this guy, the guy that put the gun down on the table, was he the one that bit you in the face? When did that happen? Before you grabbed the gun, after you grabbed the gun? At what point did he bite you?
I don't know. All I know is beating me over the head. They had me on plastic. I think he tried to shoot me.
The same guy or the one that had the gun pointed at you?
Same guy.
Like before he put it on the table? Or after he put it on the table?
He was accusing me or the girl of recording. I don't know. It happened so fast. Like, they were saying, like, somebody was snitching and recording. And I gave him my phone to let him know I wasn't the police.
You said they had plastic, like you mean rolled out plastic? Like how much?
I don't know. It was like enough to kill me.
Okay.
Wrap me up in.
They had it rolled out on the floor?
They started rolling it out.
Okay.
And then some dude came from the back with a hammer and a machete.
Okay. Did you know anybody in that house
besides Angel and my
besides Angel and your uncle, anybody's names that you've met before? Or even if you don't know their names, have you ever met anyone before? Like Brian? Or Adam? Okay, so you're not snitching. We're just talking about only the facts about what happened and the people that were there when it happened.
I don't know if my uncle owed them money or what. Like I said, I was just scared to fucking help her. I recall. Because that's what she called me for. That's what she's been calling me for.
So did you guys start fighting after you grabbed the gun? Is that when they still bit you?
You know, we were sitting there having this long ass conversation about life and death and all this other shit. It was freaking me out. Like I said, about how he was going to go home and see his kids and I wasn't. And I was at the wrong place at the wrong time. All types of weird shit.
So what happened after you grabbed the gun? that when the fight started, when the tussle, and he bit you in the face? So, are you trying to say that you guys were wrestling? Like, was he trying to get the gun back from you?
I believe
That's
so.
what I
Yeah,
assume.
I believe so.
Okay. So you guys are tussling over the gun, he
Yeah,
bites you in the face.
Yeah, and I don't know if he asked to get Adam's gun or what, but he had it to my face. He said, "I fucking with me, don't blow me."
So who ended up with the gun?
Adam had both guns.
Okay, so you're saying Adam ended up with both guns, and then what happened? Did everybody stay there? Did people leave? Did something more happen?
Something more happened. Shots went off. That girl was hit. They ran.
Okay.
He tried to shoot me.
Okay. And then what?
I ran.
Where'd you go?
Far.
What'd you take with you?
I left my phone.
You left your phone? What kind of phone do you have?
iPhone.
What color?
It was red.
Red iPhone?
Yes, sir. It was off. So I didn't call anybody. It was connected to Wi-Fi, but I felt like if I called somebody, it turned when they were going to kill me.
Yeah.
And they kept saying everything in the house was being recorded.
So Adam's the one that shot her? Who shot her?
Fine.
Brian shot her? So you didn't shoot her?
We were wrestling over the gun to get it back.
How did Adam get it?
Brian took it from me after he beat my ass and hit me in my face.
Did you ever have possession of the gun?
I grabbed it off the table.
And when you had possession of the gun, what happened?
Brian jumped up and lunged at me.
So you never fired the gun? Did you ever point the gun at anyone?
So you're saying you had the gun, Brian lunged at you, somehow Brian got it away from you and shot that girl?
He kept saying she was the police. And she was snitching, she was recording something on her phone.
And then how did Adam end up with the guns?
Because he gave him Adam.
After he shot her, he gave them to Adam?
And they said they needed to get out of there, bro. He was like, yeah, get out of here, bro. And everybody was looking at me.
So Brian shot her because he thought she was the police. So they thought you were the police and she was the police? You were both the police. Did you know this girl at all? You ever met her before that day?
Never saw her.
Never saw her before that day. Did they think that you guys were the police together?
I don't know. I think I was at the wrong place at the wrong time. I was about to be a casualty of whatever the fuck they had for him.
Brian and Adam.
It sounded like all of them were involved. Angel, like, it was weird. It was just weird. The shit they were talking about, the truck that my uncle had, how that truck belonged to a family member. I helped him put gas in it, and he just fucking gave it to them, and they were all shaking hands as if like, but they were leaving me out of the conversation, and it was like they were using that truck as a getaway to get away from fucking doing whatever the fuck they were about to do. I don't know. I kept trying to figure it out. I tried, at least my uncle wouldn't really let me come with him. He was like, no, you're gonna ride with this dude. I'm like, what are you doing with this truck? That's Auntie's truck. Why are we trying to sell it? What are you doing with the truck? Go take it back. He never took it back. He jumped in one of their cars and disappeared and left me there.
So Quinton, when we started talking, you said it was self-defense. What was self-defense?
Me defending myself and everything that happened, I didn't do anything wrong.
But if Brian shot her, what do you mean it was self-defense if Brian shot her?
Because look at my face. I'm just saying, I was there. I put myself at the scene. The phone is there at the scene. I'm saying that.
But if Ryan shot her, what do you mean by self-defense?
I was fighting. Me trying to get out of there.
But you didn't shoot her.
Right.
So what was the self-defense?
Me fighting him. Both of them. They hit me over the gun with the head. They tried to pull the trigger. They tried to kill me. Like, that's me defending myself, self-defense, to get the fuck out of there.
Why do you think you're here?
Somebody died.
But why do you think you're here, though?
Because they probably said I did it.
When you say they, how many people do you think so?
Man, there were so many people, and there was like 4 girls in the bedroom. They all got quiet.
Yeah.
Angel was there. There was some other dude that was there that kept walking in and out.
Is he like an older dude with some tattoos?
There was a couple older dudes with tattoos. And
Yeah.
they were waiting on some other dude, like their head boss or something. For the final say, I don't know.
So you and Angel and Adam grew up together?
No way. They're all older than me.
But I mean, you guys have known each other for a long time.
Not really. I met Angel through my uncle.
How long ago was that?
2 years ago.
Oh, that's it?
2 years ago. Yeah, I met Adam 3 years ago. It wasn't at a mutual friend's house, Terry's house. Sorry.
No, you're good. You started doing it. Good.
I don't know these people.
So what cameras were you talking about? You said there was cameras in the house?
Yeah, they kept saying there was cameras in the house, there was cameras in the TV, there was cameras in, they were recording with AirPod, all types of stuff.
Yeah.
I don't know.
So what did you leave the house with after you left? Nothing? You left your phone there, but you didn't leave?
Oh no, I had my ID and stuff.
Okay.
And my jewelry.
How'd you leave?
I put
Which door?
the same door they were in.
Which one? Front door?
No, they
The
were
deck
the
is?
back door.
Back door?
Yes, sir.
And all you had was jewelry and an ID.
You didn't leave with the gun? You sure?
Because you said Adam had those guns, right?
Brian told me to grab both of them.
You didn't jump off that dock and leave a gun in your waist?
I had jewelry.
You gun?
We're only asking you to tell the truth because, like you said, there is cameras. And that's the reason that you're here. It's not about what anybody else said. That's why we're giving you the chance to tell us your version of the true story. And that's why we're asking you specific questions, just to see if you answer them honestly. Because we watched the video, and we know the truth already about that portion of it.
What, that they were there to kill me?
We watched everything, and it's got audio and video. So we want to know from your point of view what happened, so we can compare notes. So this is your last chance to tell us. What are you thinking?
Like if y'all seen the video, y'all would know.
We would, but we don't know what you're thinking though. Videos are videos, words are
You
words.
got words and audio, then you would have seen it. They were there to hurt me.
Well, listen, we want to know your thoughts on what was going on and the truth about what happened when you left and what happened right before you left.
I ran past that dude with the hammer.
Okay. That's true. Ran past the dude with the hammer.
He was in that back bedroom on the right. So when you jumped off the balcony with that gun in your waist, where did you take the gun?
It wasn't my gun.
Whose was it?
Brian said it was hers.
So when you jumped off the balcony, the gun was in your waist. Where'd you take the gun? Were you holding it down when you were running, or was it still in your waist?
It was in my waist. I don't know. I was falling, sliding, slipping.
So where's that gun at now? Did you get rid of it, or is it in that house on Gridley? Where'd you get rid of it?
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Why would they put audio and video inside of that house? Were they being watched?
They're weird people, like you said. We're not saying you lied about that. That's why we have so many questions, because this isn't just a normal case to where it's just cut and dry and everything's easy to explain. That's why we want to know someone that was on the inside, your perspective. You get what I'm saying? Because this isn't a regular crime scene. These are some strange people. So whatever you were thinking wasn't wrong. It is a strange situation. So I'm not doubting you, and I, for one, am not going to put any words in your mouth. I want the words to come from you, your heart, and your feelings. We like to let the people that were actually there, that actually felt what was going on, tell us what happened. Video and audio just tells you the TV show. It doesn't tell you what they were feeling.
I was feeling scared.
Yeah.
And I was feeling like I said something in the days of me being there that triggered them.
Yeah.
And they knew a lot of mutual people in the streets that I was beefing with.
Okay. So here's, as far as Toni's gun, the girl's gun,
I didn't know that was her name.
and that's fine. As far as her gun, when you grabbed the gun, was it in a holster? Do you remember that? Okay, so there was a holster. When you first noticed the gun, was it in her purse? It was not in her purse.
It was on Brian's hip. Brian
It was on
took
his
it off
hip?
his hip.
Okay. What point did it get placed on the table? Because you said you grabbed it off the table.
Yes, sir. In the living room.
In the living room.
Brian kept saying something about it don't matter, like I was about to die. And he kept shaking his head, looking at Slim like this, doing this.
And Slim's Adam. So when you grabbed that gun, Quinton, and you fired that round, were you trying to hit Brian?
I was trying to get away.
So were you trying to shoot Brian? You were? So you didn't mean to shoot him? So that was an accident?
Oh, no.
Is it an accident? So you were scared?
Gary kept saying, I was the police.
After it happened, did you just freak out? Just got out.
No, he beat me. 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 He beat me.
Is that when you got hit in the face?
He beat me. He tried to shoot me. He beat me.
Yeah.
Brian or Adam?
Adam was just standing there looking crazy like he wanted to shoot me. Waiting on Brian to say, I don't know. And then somebody yelled out, you fucking stupid, you're going to jail for the rest of your life.
Is that when you got bit in the face?
I don't, all that happened afterwards.
Yeah.
But I just didn't understand. I didn't understand.
Where'd you take that gun from?
I ran.
Just through the neighborhood?
I ran so far.
Yeah.
I ran through the woods. I ran through houses, fields. I was running. I didn't know. I'm not from Akron. I didn't know where the fuck I was at. I just ran.
So we're definitely thankful that you've been truthful and honest about this whole situation, but the last thing that we need is we need to know where that gun's at. Is it back at the house?
I'm sorry. I didn't even live there.
You know you don't live there, but
Where'd you put it? Did you take it home with you? Did you get rid of it? Did you take it to your mom's?
I might have dropped it. I'm pretty sure I dropped it running.
When did you find out she died?
The first news. They said Brian was looking for me. So I'm scared to call the police. I've done wrong before, and I've been punished by the police. And they scared me. They all scared me. I'm going to prison for the rest of my life.
Well, Quinton, I mean, we're going to be honest with you like you're being honest with us. I mean, this lady died because you shot her. And what led up to that? I mean, that's what we'd kind of like to know more about. What you did after the fact. And with the gun, those types of things, those are the those are the things that the judges, the juries, are going to look at and say, oh, he cooperated, he was remorseful, he felt bad. We'd like to find this gun. We'd hate to have some kid running around playing in the woods and find this gun and something bad happen.
Is it in the house on Gridley?
No, sir.
Who lives at Gridley over there that you know?
I incarcerated them.
You talked to Adam since this happened?
No, I've been looking for him.
Where's he at? Does he stay in Akron or is he?
No, he's been, I don't know. I really don't know these people. Like, I thought I knew them. All of this started because Adam said he was beefing with Brian about something he did, and then it seemed like it was all just a throw-off to get me or something, because they found out that I found out about the black book and some game stuff. I don't know if they're Hells Angels, I don't know if they're 81s, I don't know if they're Crips folks.
What else do you want to tell us, Quinton? Seems like you have something to say.
I'm just trying to.
Are you sorry? Are you sorry you did it? You upset about that? You said you're scared. What's going through your mind?
The people they know.
Because of what happened to Toni, you think that they're going to come through? What are you scared of?
My mom had to move from there because of this shit.
Did you tell your mom what you did?
I told her I was, before all of this happened, I was there. I told her I was there for like 5 days. I was supposed to go to work one day. I don't remember what day it was, but she had called me and said, I'm going to come see you. She picked me up. Angel picked me up from my mom's house and brought me around.
So you told your mom you didn't do it?
I haven't even talked to my mom. That was the first time I talked to her. No, it's the second time.
Why did you shave your hair?
Because I'm scared.
Scared of getting caught?
I'm scared of getting recognized by anybody. I don't know who to trust. They said they had police officers on payroll, all types of stuff.
Where'd you stay in the house so long for when the police showed up today? Why didn't you just come out?
I feel like they were going to kill me. I've been bit by a police dog in handcuffs. Kind of left me traumatized. I don't really trust the police.
When did that happen?
Florida. Fort Lauderdale, Broward County.
Do you know where Tony's purse is? The girl's purse?
No, sir.
You never took it?
I grabbed it because I touched this vape thing that she had gave me.
What do you mean?
But I didn't take her purse. Her purse was still there.
Where at?
In the backyard.
So why did you grab it? Because of the vape?
The vape thing, I had realized that I had touched the vape thing.
So what, were you afraid that fingerprints are on it or something? Yeah.
I panicked. I didn't know.
So you didn't want the police to find out who you were on the fingerprints on that vape?
I don't know what I was thinking. I left my phone there. It wasn't about that. I was just so scared.
Do you have a password on your phone?
Yes, sir.
What's that?
1991.
That's the year you were born?
Yes, sir. I had got caught with an AK-47 over in Kenmore. And I think the AK-47 I was carrying belonged to one of their people. Some guy named Demon. Uncle saying I owed him $27,000 for shit I didn't even do. And then Ryan showed me a paper that same, Adam showed me a paper that same night talking about $27,000 and stuff. I don't know. I felt like my uncle set me up and sold me to them and they were going to kill me.
So you grabbed that gun trying to get out of there.
So it was about to get out of there.
But you tried to shoot Brian?
I tried to shoot Brian, I tried to shoot Adam. When they were both in the kitchen. And then I laid down on the ground because I thought they were the police. I started tripping like maybe they were the police. And I fucked up. And I put the gun down on the ground and they beat me.
How many times did you shoot? Tell me. How many times did you shoot the gun?
More than four.
Each time was that Tony? You shot Tony 4 times?
I don't know if I shot Tony 4 times.
Did you ever grab her by the hair?
No.
Are you sure?
Yes, sir. She lunged at me.
Okay.
She lunged at me. I never grabbed her. I didn't want anything to do with that lady.
Yeah.
I didn't even know her.
Did you wrestle with her at all?
No, I pushed her off me.
Did you point the gun at her?
I pointed the gun around the room.
If they were in the kitchen, how did you shoot her while she was on the couch?
It just happened so fast. She grabbed me and she was trying to get the gun out of my hand, and I was trying to. I don't know. It was just so fast.
It seems like everybody was trying to get that gun out of your hand, and you panicked.
It was everybody.
You said Brian, Adam, and the girl was...
They didn't start trying to do that until after I shot.
Okay. So they didn't try to get the gun from you until after you shot.
It was weird.
No, it makes sense. Because if someone had a gun and then they shot, that would normally be when someone would try to wrestle a gun away from someone.
He had Adam right here with his gun trained on me.
Yeah.
And then he moved over there and grabbed some printer and started printing out. I don't fucking know. I was wrong. I was wrong. I was in fear for my life. I was wrong.
Were you using drugs that day?
Yes, sir.
You think that's something that made you feel different?
No, sir.
What kind of drugs?
Meth. They all were using meth, even she was.
Okay. You ever used it before?
Once or twice.
What made you shoot her instead of them?
Brian,
What do you mean?
he took me in the kitchen and told me she was the police.
So you thought she was the police?
And then he looked at me and said, you got the same thing she got on her phone.
Yeah.
It was basically,
So you truly thought she was the police, or obviously?
no, I don't know what I thought. I thought that they thought both of us was the police.
Gotcha.
And you shot her because you thought she was the police.
Because they made it seem like if I didn't shoot her, they would kill me.
Did you argue with her
About what?
about being the police? Did you say something about it?
I said, I'm not the police. I'm not the police.
About her? Did you ask her or argue with her about her being the police?
No. Not that I know.
Okay. All we're doing is comparing what you heard and thought with everybody else and what they said and what they heard and thought. What they've seen you do, what they heard you do, what they watched you do, versus what, we're trying to get you to
So y'all talked to Brian.
What's that?
Y'all talked to Brian and Adam already.
Yes. And Angel.
Are they detained?
And the girl that was in the back room, and that weird dude that had the hammer.
In the machete.
And him. Talked to him. Because him and Angel were in that back room, hammering on the wall, hanging up these lights that she bought. You've seen the lights, right? When she came home after they went to Sheets?
Lights? No, they started unrolling plastic.
There were lights. Plastic streams of lights. They were
No,
hanging them up on the wall.
Thick ass plastic, but they got out of a box. There was no lights.
Okay. Like I said, that's why we're asking what you thought and what you feel. Because we processed the whole house. We had our crime scene unit in the whole house. And, you're able to extract video, DNA, all that mess, interview everybody that was there. And you were our last key. You're the last person we needed to interview.
So I'm the one that's in jail.
Well, you're the one that shot her.
Because I was in fear for my life. I didn't even have a gun. They brought guns to this situation. I didn't have
You took Brian's gun, you shot Tony, and that's why you're
Could you at least tell us where her gun is?
I lost it running. So I don't have a self-defense case. This is flat out murder. So no one else has my story. This is what.
I think that their story is very similar to your story. You obviously left some pieces out, but I think your story is very similar to theirs.
Pieces like what?
Well,
Brian had taken me in the kitchen.
yeah, I'm talking about when you first said Adam had both guns. That wasn't true.
He ended up with both of them.
No, he didn't.
He did. He did.
He lost one of the guns in the woods, you said.
Yeah, but he ended up with both guns. I ended up getting the gun off the floor. They beat my ass and took off.
That was after you already had the gun, and after you had already killed Toni. You're saying they took the gun from you and then they gave it back? That's what I'm saying. There are parts to the story that don't match up, and that's, to be honest, that's not very believable. When we see you leaving that house with a gun, and their stories match up with that, and then you tell us you got the gun back, I mean, come on.
It looks bad when you watch a video. Someone gets killed, and someone leaves with the gun that killed the person and that dead person's purse.
Right.
Jumps off the balcony, grabs something out of the purse or next to the purse, and then you have the gun, and then you go back in the cut. Like, there's no way that just looks good, you know what I mean?
And the reason you did that is because your fingerprints were on the vape pen, which now it makes sense. That's what you got out of the purse.
Don't even take it though. The vape pen was still there.
You see where we're talking about, like there's some parts of your story that just don't make sense.
The main piece of evidence is missing, which is the gun.
I'm just scared. I'm just scared. I mean, the main piece of evidence, what is that going to prove? I told you I had the gun.
It just doesn't exist though, it's gone. If we had it, we would be able to verify your story that other people's DNA was on that gun. And then we could say, okay, well, maybe what you're saying is what happened.
Maybe Brian had it. Maybe Adam had it.
If it's on surveillance, you'll see that Brian took it off his hip, and then that girl was called in, and then they were going to call Josh, their Brian's older brother, over.
Well, that's why we need the gun for the DNA. If we don't have that, then...
And she was in his car. She came with him. Right? I don't even get a chance to see what they rode.
Well, the gun was in her purse.
Not when Brian walked in. Brian walked in on his cell phone, and that gun was on his hip.
Yeah.
Adam was sitting right here.
Did you take it out of the holster?
Yes, sir.
So when it was on the table, it was in the holster, and you took it out of the holster.
Brian was looking at me like, take it out the holster. Like, shoot her.
Did he tell you that?
His eyes, insinuating with his eyes. He must have knew they were recording. And he said if I thought about it too long, basically he was going to kill me.
He said all of that with his eyes.
And the way he was talking, yes. They got this weird-ass code that they speak. I don't know how to explain it.
So with his eyes and this weird code, he told you to take the gun and shoot Toni.
He kept saying, it don't matter. He kept looking at the gun, looking at me, looking at her like that. And I'm like, I'm not the police. That's what I was getting. I'm like, I'm not the police. Why am I here, basically? I started panicking. And then...
You listened to him. You listened to him. He told you with his eyes to grab the gun and shoot Toni. And with his eyes and his code. You listened to him. And that's why you're here. Anything else?
That's it.
All right, when you need anything, got that water, got some towels. Right, we'll get some pictures of you and then we'll get you out of here, all right? Got any questions for us? All right.
I do,
That's all right. Think about it. We'll be back in.
Detective, at approximately 107:39, you and Detective McConnell leave the room.
Yes.
At some point in time, were photos actually taken of the defendant?
Yes.
For the record, I'm starting the video back up at 1:16, 1 hour, 16 minutes, and 15 seconds.
Quentin, you want to wipe off your face real good? He's going to take some pictures of where Brian bit you. Kind of where that bite mark is. Right here on his cheek. You want to show him where it's at?
Yeah, I see the mark here. What's up with your ear, like by your piercing?
I don't know. I think the police just did that.
Okay.
Kind of look up, kind of this way. Turn this way.
Alright, so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to get a picture of the front of you, from like, just as much as I can get from maybe like your knees up, and then I'll have you like turn and stuff. I'll kind of direct you how to go, alright? So just like that, that's good for now. Okay, turn your facing that way. Just make that cheap. Alright, let's have your face. You can turn that way with the cuffs off. That's fine.
Was that bleeding when it happened pretty good? No, never bled? Did it break the skin? He's going to get
Just hurt like a bitch, probably.
Sorry. Is it possible I can have a shirt with those type of socks?
Let me see if we have something.
Alright, you're good, man. You can have a seat.
This is all we got. Better than nothing, right?
Yeah.
Okay, for the record, I stopped it at 1 hour, 21 minutes, and 46 seconds. I'm going to go to 1 hour, 25 minutes. And is it fair to say nothing occurs between 1 hour, 21 minutes and 1 hour, 25 seconds, Detective?
That's correct.
He's in there by himself, I'll put it that way.
Yes.
All right, Quinton, your ride's up here. You want to finish that water and throw your stuff away there? Slide your shirt all the way around if you want. Want any more of this? Any more of these?
I'm not going to be able to get a shower anytime soon.
When you get to the county, they might let you, if you explain to them what happened.
This is asbestos all over me.
Right.
Let me try. I'll do it. Here, can I see that?
You got this money, why don't you put it in your pocket?
I'm going to stop it at 1 hour, 27 minutes, and 29 seconds. Is it fair to say nothing else substantive happens in that room? The defendant is transported to the Summit County Jail?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, during that video, you asked the defendant about a phone. Do you believe that you recovered the defendant's phone?
Yes.
Was there an extraction done of the defendant's phone?
Yes.
I'm going to show. Did you review that extraction report done by the defendant's phone?
Yes.
Okay. Were there any, what of significance did you find in the defendant's phone as it relates to July the 24th going into the 25th?
There was a lot of internet searches on spy cameras, on spy earpieces, and things of that nature.
Did he have any text messages during that day or during that night?
During that day and night, no, I don't believe there were any text messages.
Mainly internet searches.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, when you were going through his records, did you make an extraction report of some of those internet searches?
Yes.
Okay. And the times of some of those searches, what is significant about the times of some of those searches?
The times of those searches, if I remember correctly, were just an hour and a half before the shooting incident occurred.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State Exhibit number 88. Do you recognize this report?
Yes, this appears to be the part of the print-off of the Celebrite phone extraction from July 25th, 2022, starting at, well, ending at 1:36 a.m.
All right. And we know the 911 call came in at approximately 2:22 a.m.?
Yes.
So less than an hour before that 911 call, the defendant was on his phone doing Google searches.
Yes.
And this...
Objection, Your Honor. That's hearsay. They do not know if I have my phone or someone else have my phone.
Thank you. So less than an hour before the 911 call was made, there were Google searches being made on the phone attributed to the defendant.
Yes.
And this is it fair to say, this extraction is for Safari, and that's the search engine that was extracted for this report. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And there were other searches on other search engines on that phone. Is that correct?
That's correct.
You just did not do an extraction report for those other search engines. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
And some of those searches include looking for mini earpieces and things of that nature?
Yes.
And this was an iPhone?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And that iPhone had a code in it?
Yes.
Okay. And I believe during the interview, the defendant had given you his code. I believe it was 1991.
Correct.
And for iPhones, it's pretty hard to get an iPhone without having someone's code. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
So if someone picked up your phone and you have an iPhone, it would be difficult for them to use your phone without you giving them permission or you giving them the code.
That's correct.
Now, there were cartridge casings found at the scene. Is that fair?
Yes.
And there were projectiles recovered from Toni Westover's body, correct?
Yes.
Were you able to compare the casings to anything, like a gun or anything?
There were no guns on scene, and we didn't recover the murder weapon. So there was no way to do a direct comparison because we didn't have a gun to compare it to.
And one of the guns that you would be referring to is the one the defendant stated he took from the scene.
Yes.
Did you do anything else in regards to this case?
Yes.
And what was that?
So we did the interviews of everyone that was inside of the house, as we've previously seen testimony to. Reviewed the video from the crime scene unit that they got from the apartment from downstairs, as well as sending items to BCI that we were able to send to BCI. We sent the holster to BCI to be tested for DNA and to be entered into CODIS. We sent the purse to be sent to BCI to be examined for DNA and to be entered into CODIS. We did recover the 2 9mm shell casings. We also sent those to BCI to be examined, and we also recovered from the autopsy the 2 fragmented and deformed bullets that were in Toni Westover. We weren't able to send those off because they were severely damaged and fragmented, and they weren't able to be weighed to tell what caliber they could possibly be. And then on top of that, we still have not recovered a gun to do any direct comparison to as well.
When you sent off stuff for DNA, did that come back insufficient sample for analysis?
So one more thing I'd like to add is there was a laser that was on the ground that was part of a gun that's for a gun mount. It was also sent to be examined for DNA and to be entered to CODIS. So yes, with all those items that we sent and we asked for DNA, the only 2 DNA hits that we got back from it was Toni Westover's own purse had her DNA on it. There was a male's DNA on that purse, but the amount of DNA that was left on that purse, according to BCI, was not sufficient enough to come back to a specific person. So there wasn't enough DNA on it. As far as that laser goes, the DNA that came back from that laser came back to Adam Wright.
From a CODIS hit?
Yes.
And after that came back to Adam Wright, based on the information you had gotten from the witnesses, what did you conclude from that?
From Adam Wright's statement and from Brian Fielder's statement, they both had said that Adam Wright pistol whipped Quinton in the house after the shooting. So we assumed, but we don't know, that the gun that he was pistol whipped with had a mounted laser on it, but we don't know that. But That's the only thing we could come up with.
Okay. And that will be consistent with Brian Fielders. And did you put that in your report after you interviewed the individuals at the time of the incident?
Yes.
Okay. And that would have been Brian Fielders, not Adam Wright.
Correct.
I do not have any further questions, Your Honor.
Before we begin on the cross-examinations, 10 after 11, we're going to go ahead and take a short morning break. And then when Mr. Nixon is completed with the cross-examination, we will address the scheduling going forward. So I have 10 after 11. 25 after 11, we'll start back up with Mr. Nixon's cross of Detective Hornacek. Detective Hornacek, you'll remain under oath. Don't talk about your testimony with anyone until cross-examination. And you don't have to stand there. You can leave the courtroom. All right, Mr. Nixon, you may begin your cross-examination.
Detective Hornacek, you stated today that on the night of the alleged murder, you stayed on scene to interview the alleged witnesses, correct?
No, that was Detective McConnell and Detective Taylor that
Okay.
interviewed the two witnesses.
Okay. And during that time, you guys didn't have any other suspect besides me, correct?
Correct.
At any time during your investigation, was anyone else looked at as a person of interest, or was there any other type of I guess basically, was there anyone else that was a person of interest in the case?
Yes, so the only two people that remained on scene for us to get information from were witnesses. Everybody else had left the scene, so we didn't have an opportunity to gain enough facts for the case. So we hadn't interviewed you until a month later. We didn't interview Brian Fielders until 2 days later, and then we didn't interview Adam Wright until just recently. So it wasn't until we gathered some more information until we were able to meet with the prosecutor about more facts that we had for the case to be able to either sign any charges or just ask for a consult.
Okay. And during the course of the investigation, there were video footage of me, Brian, and Adam leaving the rear back door of the apartment and jumping off the balcony and taking off running. Did you view that video prior to my alleged murder warrant?
Yes.
Had there been any other warrants put out for anyone else?
No.
May I ask why?
I had no reason to sign warrants on anyone else through the evidence that we gathered.
But in that evidence, you seen the video, and there was a gentleman with a firearm, correct?
Correct.
So you didn't put a warrant out for his arrest, which would be Adam Wright, correct?
Correct.
May I ask why?
If you were to ask why, it would be because we do not have that gun as evidence, and we don't have him at that point as being a suspect in shooting Toni Westover.
But you did have him on the scene with a gun, correct?
We had him on scene with what appeared in the video to be a gun.
Is that not enough? I mean, I'm no law enforcement officer or anything like that, or investigator. But is that not enough if you have a person on video with a gun and you don't have the person they alleged did it, but you have another person that was alleged to be there, but you have him on video with a gun on that video, would that not be enough for a warrant?
That's correct. Normally when we arrest someone, we would have to have some type of evidence to bring to court. And at that point, the only evidence we had was a video of what appeared to be a gun. We had no opportunity to test that gun for operability, to charge anyone with carrying a concealed weapon or any kind of a gun violation to prove that that gun, in fact, was operable.
So, may I ask, how did you come up with, prior to my statement that you just played, how did you come up with the complaint to take to the court as me as your suspect?
So, on August 4th of 2022, I met with a prosecutor that is a supervisor for the Summit County Prosecutor's Office to explain the information that we had gathered from who we had interviewed in the video that we have, in the evidence that we have about signing charges. And at that point, he authorized signing a murder warrant for Quinton Nixon on August 4th of 2022.
So on August 4th, I had a murder warrant.
That's correct.
And you showed him that video of us leaving the apartment as part of the reason why the warrant should be, or the complaint for the warrant should be granted, correct?
Yes, all evidence was shown that we had at that point and explained.
And can I ask how you explained it to him?
Objection, Your Honor.
What's the basis?
Relevance.
Ask it, sustained, ask it a different way. It's not really about what he presented to them, it's what he had. So ask him, what evidence did he have?
Well, what evidence did you have besides the hearsay from people that, the two witnesses on scene and the video, did you have that I had allegedly committed the murder that night?
I had all of the witness statements and the video.
So prior to me giving my statement and admitting that I had the gun and took off with the gun, what was said about the video?
The video was played in its entirety for him to view and for him to interpret from what we had explained that the witnesses said happened in the house. And I explained it with my opinion on what was visibly able to interpret by anyone what was on the video, and the prosecutor interpreted it for themselves as well.
May I ask what your interpretation was of the video?
I have nothing to say other than it was what the video showed. It first showed Adam Wright jumping off a balcony with a gun pointed towards the back door. Secondly, it showed Brian Fielders jumping off a balcony, landing, pointing at the door. Third, it showed you jumping off the balcony with a purse and paying attention to whatever was in your waistband and landing on the ground and then leaving. And fourth, it showed Ashley Broughton jumping and falling off with her two purses, grabbing her two purses, and then leaving the scene.
You know you're under oath, sir.
Yes.
And you're stating for the record that that's the only thing that video depicted.
No, I'm not saying that's the only thing that the video depicted. I'm only explaining what I have in my memory currently, unless I'm refreshed somehow.
Did that the video depict me with a gun?
We didn't see the gun. I never said that.
Your Honor, I would like to present the bill of particulars.
That has nothing to do with him, that has to do with her.
I can't cross his hand.
Ask your questions.
Well, is it true that in the bill of particulars it stated that y'all...
Objection, Your Honor.
Yeah, sustained. That was her answer to your bill of particulars. He had nothing to do with the response that you got from her.
Okay, so...
Ask him about his investigation.
Yes, ma'am. The two witnesses on scene, how were they cleared as far as from being suspects?
When Detective McConnell and Detective Taylor interviewed Angel and Ron, their statements were that, which we've went through this several times, that they were in the back room. They had a poster rolled out. They had a hammer, and they were hammering up some type of lights on her headboard. When they heard a scuffle or some wrestling, and they looked out, and they observed you with a gun, and you were holding Toni either by the hair or by the neck. And then as soon as they shut the door, they heard a gunshot, and a apparent bullet went through the wall and the TV and into the other wall, and a chunk of drywall had hit Ron in the face. He thought it was some type of shrapnel from a bullet. So after interviewing those two, we, with no one else left on scene because everybody left the scene, that's what we had as far as our investigation. We didn't have anyone else to talk to that remained on scene.
You stated that I had Toni by the neck.
I stated that during the interview that the witnesses said that you either had her by the neck, shoulder, or hair, something of that nature.
Do you know what witness stated that?
It was either, I think it was Ron Crew that mentioned that, yes.
Prior to my arrest, did you guys have pictures of me with my face painted white?
No.
So may I ask how you came about that?
Someone had called the detective bureau that said there was someone with a murder warrant inside of a house on Gridley and that they painted their face white and shaved their head.
So that would be considered hearsay, correct?
I assume so.
Object. I would only object, Your Honor, because there are exceptions to hearsay.
First of all, hearsay outside the courtroom is irrelevant. So the objection is sustained, but the answer will remain. Go ahead, Mr. Nixon.
So just to rewind, I was the only suspect on scene, or at the time, I was the only person that you considered a suspect on scene. Were Ron, Crew, and Angel McClain, were they tested for GSR?
No, nobody was tested for gunshot residue.
May I ask why?
Because they stated they were inside an enclosed room when the gunshots were fired.
That will also be considered hearsay, correct?
I don't know the rules of hearsay. I apologize.
Hearsay is when, well, I can't tell you that. So what is the procedure during the investigation? Like, what are the steps of a murder?
If there's a crime scene, you go to the crime scene, observe the crime scene. If the crime scene unit is needed to collect and gather and collect evidence, they go there and they do that. If anyone remains on scene that is a victim, a witness, or a suspect, we interview them, get their information, and also ask neighbors if they observed or heard anything. And if they have any evidence, collect that evidence from them as well. So the items in the evidence that you do have while you're on scene, you use that to start your investigation. If you, when we're finished with that, Whatever evidence we collect, if it's physical, digital, or whatever it may be, we take that to get processed for either NIBIN, ballistics, CODIS, DNA, or some type of electronic data extraction of some sort, such as either videos or a cell phone. We use that evidence to further our investigation and see where the next steps of that investigation go to. Once we gather information to where we think that we're close to being able to sign some sort of charges, we seek police legal advice, and that is in the form of a prosecutor. Since this case was a murder, we went directly to a supervising prosecutor for the Summit County Prosecutor's Office, since it happened in Summit County, and they would be the ones taking the case. And we asked for advice, and that advice, we were given authorization to sign a murder charge on that. Once you sign a murder charge, you have a warrant set. You notify the Northeast Ohio Violent Fugitive Task Force to try to track and locate that suspect. By most of the time, it's checking old addresses or using their cell phone and pinging their location if they have a cell phone on them, or asking for tips to find and locate that person of interest or the suspect. And then after that, you interview them and get their side of the story.
Okay, so during your, so prior to getting statements from Brian and Adam Wright, you got their names, correct?
Yes.
And they were identified on the camera, correct?
Yes.
Can you walk me through the background check of Adam and Brian, as far as felony records?
Objection.
Sustained. You should have asked them that question. Ask your next question.
Okay. Well, when there was a background check done, what did you find?
Objection.
Sustained. Ask another question.
Did you know that Brian...
Well, let him answer it. Ask it first.
Oh,
Did you know that Brian and Adam had priors?
Objection, Your Honor.
Overruled. You may answer that one.
Yes.
Did you know that they were on parole?
I knew that Brian Fielders was on parole. I didn't know that Adam Wright was on parole.
Was there a warrant put out for Brian?
No.
May I ask why?
I did not have a basis to sign any charges on Brian.
When you say basis, may I ask what that means? Can you clarify?
Any evidence or any interviews saying that Brian did anything of any illegal nature.
May I ask how many cases, murder cases, have you worked over the years?
Probably about 30 or 40.
And in those cases, has it ever involved a person being on parole?
Yes.
And in those cases, seeing that they're murder cases, were charges ever put out for a person being around a gun on parole?
If we have evidence of that, yes.
So if Brian was at the scene and there was a video of a gun and you've seen him leave, which puts him there, may I ask why there were no charges put out for Brian?
Yes, as previously stated, we don't have that gun as evidence. All we have is a video of an apparent gun, and his parole officer was notified of all these circumstances as well.
Was he ever, so there was never a warrant put out for Brian after notifying his parole officer?
He had a parole violation. I believe that was previously existing. I don't know if anything was added to that. I didn't speak with his parole officer to see if they added anything extra.
So you're stating you didn't speak with his parole officer?
I did speak with his parole officer.
May I ask what you told his parole officer?
Told his parole officer everything that's pretty much been stated today as I've been on the stand, as far as what the witnesses told me had occurred.
So he was around the gun. He didn't get charged for being around the gun. He's on parole. Do you remember stating to Adam Wright during the interview with Adam Wright that you spoke with Brian's parole officer?
I do not recall that.
And do you remember telling Adam Wright that I was high on perks during that interview?
I don't remember saying perks. All I know of is everyone using meth and everyone stating they used meth. I don't know about perks.
Because if you had said that I was on perks, that would be incorrect, correct?
All I know is the drugs that you said that you were using and that they said you were using. I don't know about the perks.
Was there any conversation or was there any investigation or let me ask it this way. During your investigation, did anything come up about a drug sale of pills?
I don't remember. I can't think of any specifics, so I can't recall that.
So you don't remember any conversation between anyone about pills?
What I'm saying is I don't remember. It could have happened, but I'm just saying I don't remember.
Do you remember talking to the victim's sister about a drug sale between Brian and someone in the home?
I'm not sure. I don't remember that conversation.
Your Honor, may I play?
What's the statement?
He doesn't remember.
So you're stuck with his answer unless you ask another question. You don't get to just play an interview. You have to set the foundation and the basis
Correct.
for it.
Was there a recorded phone call of a female I was dealing with at the time by the name of Samantha Lamp and the victim's sister about a drug sale gone bad.
I don't remember anything about a drug sale gone bad, but I do remember speaking with Samantha Lamp and Toni Westover's sister at separate times over recorded phone call conversations.
Was that recorded on your, do you wear body cam?
I just recently got a body cam. I use it for when I go into hospitals.
Okay, and was that conversation recorded on any body cam that you were wearing?
I did not have a body camera in 2022.
But was the phone call recorded on body cam?
Yes, not on body cam. It was recorded on a digital device that's connected to my phone at work.
And during that phone call, do you remember anyone stating that Toni texts either a friend or family member stating that she felt uncomfortable being there that night?
Yes.
And she also texts either a family member or friend stating that they were there to sell pills. Brian was there to sell pills.
Okay, so now that's refreshed my memory. Now I remember that, yes.
And so you do remember that. Okay. And around what time, like around during your investigation, like can you give me a time period of like when that was?
I guess I'd ask you to restate that question because I don't understand what time period of what?
That conversation was recorded. What date?
I definitely don't know the date. It was after the incident.
Okay, and yet you said earlier today that there was never a warrant put out for Brian.
Yes, that's correct.
So even from that conversation, you still never looked into Brian.
So as stated before, for bringing evidence to court, I didn't have any evidence to bring to court, any drugs to bring to court, any drugs to test for their toxicity or anything like that. So no, I did not look further into the drug transactions.
So these things were said by people, correct?
They were said by people.
So would it be safe to say that the same thing applies to my situation, that they were said by people that I had did before you got my interview? Would it be safe to say that people said that I did it?
Yes. People did say you did it.
And that was enough with the video of Brian, Adam, and me to go straight to a head prosecutor and get legal advice and obtain a warrant off of what people said and the video.
Yes.
But in that same video, Brian was in that same video, correct?
Brian was in that same video, correct.
And it was alleged or depicted, or maybe it might have been a gun and maybe it might not have, but there was some type of inclination that there was a gun in that video, correct?
In the video in Adam Wright's hand, yes.
Okay. And yet there was no warrant put out for Adam Wright nor Brian, correct?
That's correct.
You see what I'm getting at? Why wasn't there a warrant put out for them?
As I've stated previously, it's about the evidence in signing charges, and we did not have any evidence other than that video depicting a gun.
So you only had hearsay, correct?
Again, hearsay outside the courtroom is not hearsay.
Oh.
Statements by other people.
So you only had
And you
statements
have,
of other people.
after this question, you're done with this line of questioning. I got the picture. They didn't sign charges on anybody else. I understand that. You need to ask him questions about his investigation, or your cross-examination is going to come to a close. We're not getting into this whole, I know what this is about. I know what the groundwork is, vindictive prosecution, all of this. That is, I've already ruled on that. It is, irregardless, your opportunity is to question him about his investigation into the murder of Toni Westover.
Yes, ma'am. I have leaved and questioned it.
You have one more question on that topic, and then you're moving on.
Did you tell Adam Wright I was high on perks in his interview?
I don't remember saying perks. I thought I said meth. If I said perks, then I was wrong. And also, I don't know that you were high on perks.
Your Honor, I would like to play Adam Wright's interview.
Absolutely not. He has just told you what he said. That if he said it, he was wrong. He doesn't remember asking it. It's improper impeachment, so it's not permitted.
Correct. During our interview between me and you, could you visibly see my injuries?
Yes.
Did I appear to be beaten up pretty badly?
In my opinion, you did not appear to be beaten up badly.
Was my face swollen?
I believe you had a knot on one of your eyebrow areas, I believe.
Did you see a knot under my eye?
I know for sure I did see one on your eyebrow. I don't know about the eye, under your eye. I don't recall that one.
So you testified today to the state's exhibit stating that my phone search through Safari had a state's exhibit 88. It was a search of spy cameras and such and so forth, correct?
Yes.
And during my interview, did I not, or did I say that Brian had my phone?
You did.
So is it safe to say that you don't know who searched those things?
Correct.
Did I give you my password to my phone willingly during our interview?
You gave me a password of 1991.
And was that not the password of my phone?
It was not.
So how did you get in my phone?
The password, once plugged into the Cellbrite machine, was found to be all zeros. So it was very easy to calibrate. It was just all zeros. I don't know if it was a 5-digit or a 6-digit. I believe it was a 5-digit, according to Detective French from our forensic unit. He tried 1991 and it did not work, and he told me it wouldn't work because those phones don't have 4-digit codes.
Okay. May I ask what judge signed off on the warrant?
I would have to look at the warrant and see. I believe Detective
Which warrant? Hold on. Which warrant? There's all kinds of warrants.
The murder
There's
warrant.
arrest warrants, there's search warrants, there's all kinds of warrants.
The warrant to enter the home on Gridley?
Detective McConnell got that search warrant to enter the home on Gridley. I don't know what judge he went to get that signed.
During my interview with you, I stated that the gun was on Brian's hip. Correct?
Yes.
During my interview, did I ever state that the gun was in Tony's purse?
I don't think so.
You don't think so?
That's correct. I don't think so.
During my interview, did I state that I was in fear for my life?
Yes.
During my interview, did I state that I was using meth?
Yes.
During my interview, did I state that I yelled, I'm not the police several times?
Yes.
So, may I ask, who did the background check for me?
So that is done through our leads department. We give them a social security number and a name, and they run a criminal background check, which is a computerized criminal history. So that would have been more than likely me that did that computerized criminal history. That is printed out, and whatever information is on that computerized criminal history is what I get as far as a background.
Did I have any felonies?
Objection, Your Honor.
Overruled. You can answer if you know.
I believe there was a felony for a robbery, and then there was a felony for, I believe it was just the felony for the robbery is what I recall.
And did you guys clarify, or were you able to clarify that I was convicted or not of these felonies?
It said that there was a conviction on the paperwork, but I remember in a previous court proceeding that it was found that it was not able to be verified.
So is it safe to say that I'm not a felon?
Objection, Your Honor.
So base.
It will be speculation based on his own statements. In the recording we saw on the other case, he himself said he had a prior conviction for robbery.
Sustained. That charge has been dismissed, by the way, prior to the start of trial. So if that's the road we're going down, the state of Ohio's already dismissed that charge.
May I ask why the state of Ohio dismissed that charge?
No. You may not. I asked you when they moved to dismiss if you had any objection to it. You said no. You could have asked at that time.
Okay.
They would have maybe given you an explanation.
Yes, ma'am. During my interview, did I state anything about a machete?
Yes.
Are you familiar with okay, how do you become a police officer? Is there an academy you have to go through?
So it's all circumstantial based on where you get hired and what state you're in, but at the current time range in 2022 when I was hired, you had to go through a background check, and you had to go through a 6-month police academy, 6 months.
Okay. And after the 6 months, what is the certificate given to you?
It's so there's one through the Ohio Attorney General's office that is a police officer certificate, and the other one is a certificate that's given through the city of Akron as you being a legal police officer through that training.
Correct. Detective Hornacek, do you know what are you familiar with Ohio Peace Officer Academy Training Certificate?
Yes.
And what is the short term for that? The acronym, I believe that's how you say it.
The initials would be OPATA.
Okay. And you're familiar with that, correct?
Yes.
And how is that obtained?
There's several types of OPATA certificates. The OPATA certificate that I have is the full training to become a police officer, which at that time was 6 months of training.
Your Honor, I would like to ask to submit Exhibit K.
For what is it?
OPATA certificate.
For what? For you?
Yeah.
What bearing does that have on his testimony? I mean, you can always identify it when you testify. If you testify.
Yeah.
Well, I wasn't making the presumption that you're testifying, so that's why I cleared that up.
Yeah.
So if you choose to testify, you can testify about that. I don't know what effect him identifying your certificate, what relevance does that have?
The relevance would be to my standing at the time of the investigation, as far as me not being a convicted felon, other people being a convicted felon in the home.
Do you think if, hypothetically, an off-duty police officer was thought to be the shooter in a house, that his standing as a police officer and his OPATA certificate would have any bearing?
No, they're stating that I was screaming that someone was the police. I'm stating that which was in my interview, he verified that I said I wasn't the police.
All right, so I get that connection, but did you ask any of those people that testified if they knew you had your OPATA certificate? So see, now there's no relevancy connection, because you didn't ask them that question, which could tie into the fact that they thought you were police. So I'm not going to permit you to show him or have him identify that. If you choose to testify, you can bring that up in your testimony.
Yes, ma'am. Moving forward, were you able to? You stated today that you took the video to the head prosecutor and they proceeded forward with criminal charges, correct?
Correct.
You also stated that it was the entirety of the video, like the whole video.
That whole video that we have as evidence, yes.
So is that what was being played during court yesterday, that video exhibit?
Yes.
So there's no other video
No, that's the video that the crime scene unit obtained from the person that lived downstairs. That's the video that that person gave the crime scene unit.
So you never seen any, is it safe to say that there wasn't any other pieces of that video missing to your knowledge, best to your knowledge?
That's correct. All we have is that video.
And is it safe to say that there is no, seeing that you haven't seen it, there technically is no video of Adam Wright climbing back up into the apartment, correct?
We do not have that in evidence, no.
Were you aware that after leaving the interview with you, I was taken to Summit County Jail, correct?
Yes.
Were you aware that they didn't accept me due to my injuries?
Yes.
Now, you stated earlier that my injuries weren't serious. To your opinion, as far as your opinion, my injuries weren't as serious, correct?
That's correct.
In your opinion, is it safe to say that my injuries were a little more serious than what you thought if the jail didn't accept me?
My opinion can go several ways on that as far as liability of taking a prisoner into a jail with a visible injury. Usually Summit County Jail does not want to accept anyone that has a head injury of any sort because they need to clear themselves so nothing happens to that prisoner inside of their facility while they're responsible. So they want to get it cleared first.
Correct. And during my interview, did you hear me state that I had a headache or my head hurt?
Yes.
Were you aware that there was a report done were you aware that they denied me at the jail and I had to be transported to the hospital?
Yes.
Were you aware of the medical report at the time?
At the time, I wasn't aware of the medical report.
Had you ever seen the medical report?
No.
Were you aware that the jail did their own report as well?
Yes.
And had you seen that report?
I believe I have.
And can you state in that report what you saw?
Objection.
Sustained.
I cannot.
Sustained,
Oh.
meaning don't answer it. Next question. And if it's going down the same path I've already ruled, you're moving on or you're terminating your cross-examination.
Do you remember in Adam Wright's interview, he stated that Brian was tweaking?
Yes.
Do you remember him speaking, or do you remember Adam Wright stating that as soon as Brian walked in, Toni wasn't with him, and he was speaking about that app?
Yes.
Do you remember Adam Wright stating that Brian was a kind of a, well, how can I put it? A violent person?
I don't remember him saying that he was a violent person.
Do you remember him stating that he's known for carrying guns?
Yes.
Do you remember during the interview with Adam Wright that the night of Toni Westover's murder, Adam stated that Angel called him, which is Adam, and informed him that Brian had a gun and they were in the parking lot. Do you remember that?
Yes.
I guess what I'm asking, after hearing that, was that still not enough for him to have been charged with any felony crime?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained. It has been well established that nobody else in that apartment was charged with a criminal offense.
I just don't understand why.
Well, this isn't the forum to find that out. This forum, is to find out what evidence is presented to this court for me to make a ruling on whether you're guilty or not guilty of the charges in the indictment and whether or not you acted in self-defense. So if you have no additional questions on those topics, I'm going to terminate the cross-examination.
During my interview, did I state that I was there because Angel picked me up from my mother's home?
Yes.
So is it safe to say that I was legally allowed to be there?
Yes.
If Adam Wright testified that if Adam Wright testified that Brian had a gun prior to coming up to the home, is it safe to say that he may or may not have had that gun on him when entering the home?
It's safe to say he may or may not have had that gun on him.
Correct. And if he may or may not have had that gun on him, it's safe to say that Toni may or may not have had that gun.
It's also safe to say that Toni may or may not have had that gun.
So it's also safe to say that you don't know who had the gun.
That is safe to say.
Have you ever had a gun pulled to your face, Detective Hornacek?
Yes, I have.
And can you explain to the court how that made you feel?
It did not make me feel comfortable.
Were you scared?
I don't think I had time to be scared.
Were you in fear for your life?
I believe I was kind of numb.
Pardon me?
I was numb.
Numb. Have you ever been have you ever been bitten by a mosquito?
It's going object relevance, Your Honor.
Well, overruled. We can ask that question, and we'll see where it goes.
Yes.
And prior to, have you ever had a mosquito flying around your ear?
Yes.
And have you ever visibly seen a mosquito before it bit you, correct?
Yes.
And what was your first reaction?
Swat at the mosquito.
Okay. And if it landed on you, what was your reaction?
I would smack the mosquito.
And is it safe to say that the mosquito would be dead, correct?
More than likely, yes.
Is that human nature, you would think or say?
I would think that that would be a natural reaction.
Okay. So it's a natural reaction to defend yourself from anything that's hurting you, correct?
That as well.
During my interview, you heard me state that I was in fear for my life, correct?
Yes.
Is it safe to say that is it safe to say that if three or four people were attacking, is it safe to say that I was outnumbered?
If 3 or 4 people were attacking me,
you, anyone, is it safe to say that you would be outnumbered?
yes.
And then when you apply guns to a certain situation, is it safe to say that you are either going to fight or flight, correct?
Yes.
Are you familiar with stand your ground?
Yes.
For a legal conclusion, move on. He's not going to testify about the law. That's what I do.
If a person is not a felon, are they legally allowed to carry a gun?
In most circumstances, yes.
If a person is a peace officer, are they allowed to carry a gun?
In most circumstances, yes.
Is the OPATA certificate you testified considered a peace officer certification?
I'm sorry. Could you ask the question again?
An OPATA certification, is it considered a peace officer certification?
Some of them are peace officer certifications, and some of them are for security purposes.
Correct.
And some of them are for other types of training. So the one that I testified that I have is for a police officer.
Police officer, and that's considered a peace officer, correct?
Yes.
Okay. During any time in your investigation, had it come up that I had that certification?
Yes.
And how long is that certification valid?
Your certification, I don't know. My certification, it's valid for 1 year, and I have to redo training every year. I believe 40 hours of training is mandatory.
Correct. And if you don't recert, the certificate is valid for 5 years, correct?
What certification?
The OPATA
Which one?
certification.
You just told you there's three. There's three.
The armed, to be able to work with a gun.
Armed security?
Armed security, which is considered a peace officer.
Do you know the answer to that question?
I do not know anything about those certifications.
Okay. But you said it did come up in your investigation.
Yes.
So is it safe to say that I have my certification as a...
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Okay. On the night of Toni Westover's murder, the 911 caller was advised by dispatch to move the body, correct?
Yes.
Is that legal?
Yes.
I would say. Is it safe to say that that could also contaminate the crime scene?
No.
So if a person is moved from the original position in which they were found, or which they landed, there will be no way to figure out the original stance they were in, or where they were standing, or where they were at during an altercation, correct?
That's correct.
So Adam Wright testified that his gun was a 9mm Smith & Wesson, correct?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor, I'm objecting to that line. He's not impeaching Adam. He's just getting out consistent statements. And he's been doing it for a while with the other ones. I know what he's trying to do when the other people on the stand, and he wanted to say something that they said different in their statement. You said, wait till the detective get on. He hasn't been saying what they said different. He's just been steadily getting out consistent statements.
I'm not.
Did Adam Wright testify he had a 9mm gun?
Yes.
Okay. Overruled. Go ahead, Mr. Nixon.
I would ask the detective, I would ask you, how could I have started the fray if I didn't have a weapon?
Objection.
Sustained. Calls for speculation.
Detective Hornacek, have you ever lied on the stand before?
No.
Are you on any list as far as the courts keep that says if you ever lied on the stand, you have no right to testify in any case?
Inappropriate, improper question. First of all, there's no such list. Secondly, don't answer the question. And thirdly, move on. You don't get to just accuse somebody of perjury without having a legal basis for it. And this is the last bit of legal advice I'm going to give you, or I'm shutting down this cross-examination.
During you testified at a previous hearing. Is it true that you testified at a previous hearing that you marked on a legal warrant the wrong you marked that the warrant was served to the homeowner?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Okay. Was there ever any investigation done on the victim's vehicle?
No.
Was there any prior video of them pulling up in that vehicle?
No.
Were there ever any, can you state for the court how many shells were on the scene of the murder?
2 9mm spent cartridge casings.
And how many live rounds there were?
1 live round in 9mm live round in the kitchen.
Is it safe to say you don't know, seeing as that Adam testified to having a Smith & Wesson 9mm, you don't know if those bullets came from the gun that was used that I said I had or the one he had? Is it safe to say that?
Through your interview and what we talked about, you said you fired it from a gun, and I can't say which gun other than what you said, the gun that was on the table.
No, but I'm asking you, is it safe to say that you don't know if the rounds came from Adam Wright's gun, being that it was a 9mm, or my gun, seeing as there were more than 5 shots, I believe?
Yes, that's correct. We did not have any guns to take to BCI to do any direct comparisons to those shell casings. So we can't determine which gun fired those shots.
But seeing that Adam had a gun on the scene, you didn't think to put him as arrested, you could try to catch him with that gun?
Objection.
Sustained.
Were there any inducements to the witnesses? Did you offer any type of deals for them to come testify against me in these past few days?
I don't think the witnesses had any kind of deals that were offered.
Did you, that's the question, not deals to other people. Did you offer any inducements to any of the lay witnesses that testified during this trial?
There were no deals, and there were no deals offered. I did suggest to Brian Fielders that I would talk to his parole officer in getting him into some type of rehab.
So that would be safe. So is it safe to say that that would be a good reason for him to show up and testify against me?
I don't know the results of any of that, so I can't say that that's safe to say.
Well, you stated earlier he wasn't charged with any felony from this incident, correct?
No, he was not.
Was I so you stated earlier that when you did the DNA testing on me, my DNA was not on anything you tested, correct?
Through examination through BCI, there wasn't enough evidence to tell whose DNA that was a male was on any other item except for the laser, which was Adam Wright.
And had you got Adam's statement at that time?
No.
So that would, is that safe to say that Adam had the gun on the video that proved it, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Adam, is it true that Brian testified that after he left from the scene of the murder, he hotwired a RV?
I don't recall him saying that he hotwired an RV.
So during his interview that you interviewed him on, I believe it was (07:22), you don't remember him saying that he had to hotwire an RV and get away?
It's in my mind a little bit, but I don't recall the nature of it. I apologize.
I don't understand what you mean. It's in your mind a little bit, but you don't recall it. Can you clarify that?
So there's something in my brain that says that that might have happened, and I'm recalling a little bit of it, but it's a little cloudy, so I don't remember the context of that conversation to be able to elaborate for you.
Okay, and since it's in your mind a little bit, is it safe to say that with that being in your mind a little bit, wouldn't that be enough to charge somebody with a felony if they had stolen a vehicle?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained. Mr. Nixon, I don't know how many more times I can tell you this. We're not talking about that.
Your Honor, these are all relevant things that happened.
You're not relevant. I ruled they're not relevant. This goes to your claim that you're being prosecuted maliciously. It has nothing to do with the state of the evidence and whether or not you acted in self-defense in the shooting of Toni Westover.
Well, just to clarify, I guess, one more time. During my testimony, I stated I had...
Your testimony or your statement?
My statement. During my statement, I said the gun was on Brian's hip, correct?
Yes.
During my statement, I said I was in fear for my life, correct?
Yes.
During my statement, I stated that I was using meth, correct?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor. These were all asked and answered. We saw the video.
Anything else, Mr. Nixon? That hasn't already been asked and answered.
Okay. Was there ever any pictures of the cut on my chest to my leg that you know of?
I just know that our crime scene unit, Detective Teetsy, in the video we just watched after your interview, took photos of your injuries. I don't know. I didn't see him taking your pants off to take any pictures of a cut on your leg, no.
During Ashley Broughton's statement or testimony, do you remember her stating that I was bloody?
Hold on a second. We're talking about bloody on July 22nd and pictures on August 24th. Completely unrelated and irrelevant. Next question.
During or at the scene of the alleged murder, was there any blood anywhere?
Yes.
Had any of my blood or DNA been found in the home or on whatever you guys tested?
None that tested by DNA, no.
So there wasn't any DNA testing done in the home?
Blood swabs were taken of the blood, and that blood came back to Toni Westover.
So is it safe to say that the direction in which Toni, where she was, and that bullet hole facing a whole nother direction, that would indicate that the gun was shot, or a gun was shot, in two different directions?
Objection calls for speculation, Your Honor.
Detective, can you answer that question?
I could say that there were bullet holes found
No,
on...
my question was, can you answer the question based on your education, training, and experience?
No.
Sustained.
I don't have any more questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. No redirect, right?
Yes. You were asked about Brian Fielders and talking to his parole officer. That was back in 2022 when you interviewed him. Was that correct?
Yes.
And that's recorded, correct?
Yes.
And you were asked about seeing Toni Westover's car pulling up, correct?
Yes.
And that's not on any video, correct?
None that we have on evidence, no.
Correct. So if you did not get that, you would not see it on what you have, correct?
Correct.
Just like Adam coming back, if you did not get that part, you would not see it on what you have, correct?
Correct.
I have no further questions.
You may step down. Do you have any other witnesses? Do you have any other witnesses? You're resting subject to the admission of your evidence?
Correct.
All righty. It is 12:45. We are due to begin our other trial at 1:30, but we are going to go ahead and deal with any motions and exhibits.
Your Honor,
Yes.
I have 2 subpoenas that were sent out in the process of us proceeding through the trial. Detective, I don't know how to pronounce his name, D'Annunzio,
D'Annunzio, I think.
D'Annunzio, and as well as the person who they got the camera from, he lived downstairs.
Okay.
Yeah, I subpoenaed him as well.
Right.
To testify on my behalf.
I don't know if I made this clear, I guess. We are not going to proceed for the rest of the day with your case.
Yes, ma'am.
I have another trial to start.
I was just putting it on record.
No, I know. So what my prediction is, though, is the court is closed tomorrow for a court-mandated appearance outside of the courthouse. Monday is my call day.
Yes, ma'am.
Tuesday, we're going to, fingers crossed, finish that other trial. At the earliest we would start is back up is either Wednesday morning or Wednesday afternoon, so you'll have time then. What days did you subpoena them for? Do you know?
So if I may, Judge.
Yes.
So I sent the subpoena yesterday to Detective D'Annunzio once Detective Frost testified.
Okay.
It was actually yesterday afternoon about 5, so the clerk's office was closed. I saw online this morning it was issued. Don't know whether he's been served physically yet or not.
Do you know what day you told them to?
I told him today because I wasn't aware of what time
Well,
it might go.
if either one of them shows up today or tomorrow, I will instruct them to be here at 1 o'clock on Wednesday afternoon.
Okay.
If we don't proceed on Wednesday afternoon, I will give them a standing order to then return whenever we are going to reconvene.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yes, ma'am. When you say if we don't proceed on Wednesday, is that?
Well, it's only if that other trial's not done.
Okay.
And we'll let you know by Tuesday, Mr. Nixon. But, Mr. Nixon, the state of Ohio has rested. Do you have any motions to make?
I would, the motion, so previously you said that you would take my motion under advisement, but I got a journal entry that said that you had denied it, or, denied it. It was my motion for justified use of force.
It was what? Say that again.
It was my motion for justifiable use of force.
No, I didn't deny that one. I don't deny those. The statute requires you to put them on notice, that you're asserting self-defense.
Okay.
You have done that.
Okay.
So it's whether or not the evidence bears out that you acted in self-defense, then becomes the decision for the trier of fact.
Okay.
So I did not deny that.
Okay.
What I did take under advisement was the motion to amend the indictment because of the argument that you hadn't been convicted of a felony.
Yes,
For
ma'am.
the weapons under disability.
Yes, ma'am.
I no longer have to rule on that because that charge was dismissed.
Okay.
There's, and I think that was the only other one. So my other question is, do you have any other motions to make?
Your Honor, I would like to, Your Honor, I would like to assert Rule 29.
Motion for acquittal.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Ms. Easter, go ahead and respond.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, in viewing the evidence in light most favorable to the state, we have put forth sufficient evidence to sustain a verdict of this court.
All right. So, Mr. Nixon, at this time, I have to consider all of the evidence, good, bad, or ugly,
Yes, ma'am.
in favor of the state of Ohio. And I find that they have established the elements of the charges in the indictments, but for count 4, which has previously been dismissed. So at this time, your Rule 29 motion is denied. Let's go through their exhibits. Exhibits 1 and 2 are the 911 calls. Hold on a second.
Where is that list?
All right, so we're going to go through these. If you have an objection, you have to state it, and then I'll roll. Exhibits 1 and 2 are the 911 calls. Any objection, Mr. Nixon?
Pardon me, I'm sorry.
I know. Why are you standing? Do you want to stand? You don't have
I've seen everybody else now.
No, they're...
That was my fault.
Exhibits 1 and 2 are the 911 calls. Any objection? Mr. Nixon?
On both cases?
Oh, you know what? No, this would be on the first one. I apologize. This is regarding the improper handling. So exhibits 1 and 2 are the 911 calls on June 5th, 2022.
So I can object to that. Yes, I object to that.
All right. Over your objection, they're admitted as kept in the ordinary course of business. What's exhibit 3?
It was the third of the 911.
Oh, another 911 call. Same objection?
Same objection, Your
All
Honor.
right, it's admitted over his objection. All right, now we're moving on to the body-worn camera of Officer Costi, and that's 3 and 4. Any objection?
4 and 5.
4 and 5, I'm sorry, thank you.
Exhibit 4.
Let him just
Nothing.
She does it in here. She does it in here.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
4, 5 are admitted. Exhibit 6 is the AK-47. Any objection?
No.
It's admitted over any objection.
Yes, ma'am.
Exhibit 7 is the operability report. Any objection?
No, ma'am.
Exhibits 8 through 30 are all photographs that were identified by Angel McLean. Any objection to 8 through 30?
May I see those? Whatever those exhibits are, 8 through 29?
8 through 30.
Oh, 8 through 30.
We're not starting until 1:30, by the way. I told Ken to. Huh? We will be, very soon. Well, here's what I'm going to do. You guys, we're going to adjourn. You all are going to go through those exhibits. You decide which ones you're objecting to, and when I come back in 10 minutes, you'll have your answer.
Yes, ma'am.
Or you'll have your motions or your objections.